Yes.
So he gave me a good feedback. It was motivated for me.
It was the feedback. Who gave you the feedback?
My
Who
cousin.
gave you your cousin? Okay. It was a positive feedback for you.
Yes,
And how did you feel about it? How did you feel about it?
I feel good. Yes, because he told me that I have too much experience about Excel.
Yes. Oh, okay. Did the feedback he gave you help your learning?
Yes,
Did
of course, helped me a lot.
how? How did it help your learning?
To search more about Excel. If I don't have something, if I don't know something in the Excel, I search more and learn more about it.
Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay, who else wants to share? Miss Hiba Saleh? Okay,
Yes,
you are go ahead. We're listening to you.
yes. I will say about preparing a meal for my daughter.
Yes.
She likes spaghetti more
Mm-hmm.
from me. Then she wants spaghetti every day.
Uh-huh.
Uh, she gives me a positive feedback about it.
Mhm.
I feel
How did
happy.
you
They're
felt
not.
happy? You
Yes,
felt happy, okay, because he liked it. He liked it. Okay. Did it help your learning of this recipe or making this recipe? Will you make it again or prepare it again?
I don't
Will his
understand.
will the comment he gave you or the feedback he gave you will help you do it again for next time more and more?
Yes,
Or you
give
will
me
stop
a positive.
making it? Or
Yes,
you will stop making it? Will you prepare it
she
again or
wants,
will you stop
she wants it
preparing it?
every day.
You
Yes,
do.
I said here not every day, but every week.
So the comment was positive, the feedback was positive.
Yes, yes.
Thank God. Thank you so much, Miss Hiba. Thank you so much. Okay. Who is raising the hand? Miss Samah, اتفضلي.
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes. Hello, Miss.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello. My experience is different. I like the handmade crochet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can I?
Mm. Yes.
Okay. I like this handmade crochet. So my friends and daughters and my family um, encourage me. So I look, I look in the internet and learn more and more. And I am challenge myself in this field. And I made a very interested crochet workers.
So the feedback was positive and it make you happy. It make
Yes,
you feel happy.
very happy, very happy. I'm excited in making this hobby.
What about the future? Will you do that again and continue
I
in
make,
doing the crochet?
I'm already make a group on the Facebook.
So you, yeah, thank you so much. Okay, this is a constructive kind of feedback. They
Yes,
encouraged you to be better.
yes. I learn a lot, and I look in the internet and been interested and more in YouTube and learn everything about crochet.
Thank you so much. This is actually a kind of constructive feedback which makes you better and makes you be better and improve for the future. You have become famous. You have even become famous. Thank
Thank
you
you,
so much.
thank you,
God
thank
bless
you,
you. And God be with you. Okay.
thank you.
So, okay. So I'd like you to look in the chat box here. I will paste a link of a certain page on the internet, and you have actually to go there. It's some kind of a survey, like a survey. It's some kind of voting. I'll ask you now to go there and try to write two words that come to your mind when you just remember the word feedback. When you remember the word feedback or it comes to your mind, what's the meaning of feedback? You have to type or write down 2 words in this page that I have pasted the link in the chat box. Can you find the chat box? Can you find the link I put in the chat box?
No.
Do you see it? No? Go in the chat box. You know where the chat box is? The chat box is here. I have pasted certain link which is Menti, www.menti. Some of your colleagues can see it. Some of your colleagues can see it now. www.menti.com. Just write.
Yes, what is the feedback? Enter a word.
You are asked to enter 2 words. You have 2 boxes and you enter 2 words. 1 word in each box, okay? You go there and just click on the
Right,
link.
word touch that.
2 words that come to your mind when you think of the word or the meaning of the word feedback. The meaning of the word feedback. Just go there and try to provide 2 words. I'll go there and see if you have submitted the words. Take your time to enter 2 words. I mean, what is feedback? Write 2 words, 1 word in each box. Don't worry, I'm
Where can
waiting
I
for
write
you.
it?
You
Miss
can't
Marwa,
understand it? Yes, yes, miss.
where can
Miss Marwa, I
I
can't
I
find
write?
it here.
It's in the chat box. Have you seen the link?
No.
No.
I have pasted it. I will paste it again. Okay. Some people left the meeting, Mr. Abdelmanam and Miss Ikram Hamad. Can you see the link now?
Yes,
Voting in the chat box. I have just pasted it.
yes,
Minty.
yes,
Yes, it's clear. Just press it or click on it
yes, miss.
and go there. Okay.
I want
Go
to enter
there.
the word.
Enter the word in the page. You will enter the word in the page. When you click on the link, you will go there and you will manage to type the word that come to your mind about feedback. I mean, what feedback is, just type 2 words. It may be opinion, it may be comment. Tell me what feedback is. People are voting. I see people are voting. People say it's, I will not say now because you are still typing your answers. Go on typing your answers, and your answers are written here.
Yes, any word, Miss Marwa?
Of course, any word you would like. You understand that it is feedback. I mean, the meaning of the word feedback. Just type it. Any word that comes to your mind. Just type 2 words. Checking learners. Okay, write this, Mr. Ayman, write this in this web page. Click on the link. Click on the link and go there. Okay, and type 2 words that come to your mind about feedback. And I can see them now. I will show you after. I'll show you your answers after you finish. I'll show you your answers. It's called actually Word Cloud. This is a very important and interesting and attractive kind of application here on the Google. Colorful patterns. It's very attractive. I will show you now. I mean, you just write the words that come to your mind when you are trying to understand the meaning of the word feedback, because this is the content of our session and next session, inshallah. People are voting. I see people are voting. 16 participants are there already. Okay, 16 persons have voted. Thank you. I will show you your answers now. I'll show you the words you entered. 17 participants till now. Okay. 18. Thanks. 20 people are 20 people have written the answers. 21. Thanks. Go on sharing with us. Provide your answers. 22, thanks. I'll show you your answers. Have you finished?
Yes.
Okay, I'll show it to you now. I'll show you the answers you have typed. I'll just take a screenshot because I don't want to share my screen because I have lots of icons here on the cellular. I'll show it to you now. Very interesting, actually, application. Just a minute, some people are waiting. Mr. Huzaifa Amron and Miss Ikram. Okay, I'll let you in. Just a minute. Here are your answers. Can you look at the screen? Look at this slide. Here are your answers. The answer that you wrote in the voting page. Some people said feedback is happy. It's correction. Glad is great. God, God is great. Allah is great. Some people wrote this. Some people wrote an opinion or a comment. Yes, it is. Thanks. Some people said positive. Feedback is positive. It's a form. It's a game. It's advice, encourage, mistake. It's car. Is it car? Feedback is a car. How come? It's hug. How come also it's a bus? My God, what is it? It's a praise, it's grade, assessment, and advice. It's garden, it's jacket. How come the feedback is a jacket? It's a funny comment you wrote here. Thanks for the funny comment anyway. It's evaluation, it's positive encouragement, it's frustrated. I am frustrated by the feedback is frustrating. Okay. Sometimes it's frustrating. So feedback is a tree. How come it's a tree? Somebody wrote it's a tree. Somebody wrote also it's a man. Feedback is a man. It's a postman. It's a somebody wrote it's a pattern. It's an error. No, it isn't. It's not an error. It's an ongoing process. Excellent. It's an ongoing process, something that is continuous. Providing instructions, feedback provides instructions. Okay. It gives praise and advice. Thank you so much, guys, for your opinions. Thank you so much. So we in this activity we will be trying to study what feedback is. So we have here. I'll show you a slide in which we have 4 statements. Just a minute. Okay. We have 4 sentences, and we have to think a little bit about the correct definition of the feedback. We will study what feedback is at large. We have 4 statements, and we will try to think about them. What feedback is? I'll try to give you the slides just a minute. But you just try to think what feedback is while I'm trying to provide you the content here. Okay, can you see this slide before you rise? Can you see this slide in front of you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
We have 4 statements here. We have to read them first, and I'll give you enough time to think of the best definition of what is feedback. So here the statements say good feedback is number 1, checking learners' work, making corrections, and giving a grade. This is statement number 1. We will not discuss it now. You will think first. Okay. Number 2, Feedback should be positive. It is important to praise and encourage learners. Okay, number 3 is giving learners information on what they are doing right and wrong and what they can do to improve. Number 4 is giving learners praise and advice. Take your time. You have 5 minutes to think of the best definition of feedback. You have 5 minutes. Take your time. I'm just trying to admit somebody in the lobby, but the slide will vanish, of course, as usual. So don't worry, I'll share it again. Miss Fatma Mahmoud, okay, I'll let you in. She's all the time just, she's sent out of the meeting and, okay. Think a little bit and take your time to decide which concept or definition is the best one about feedback. I have shared the screen again, okay? Okay. Good feedback is checking on learners' work, making corrections, and giving a grade. Or good feedback should be positive. It is important to praise and encourage learners. Or it's giving learners information on what they are doing right and wrong and what they can do to improve. Or it may be giving learners praise and advice. What do you think? Miss Heba is raising her hand from the early beginning. Go ahead.
Is giving learners information or what they are doing right and wrong and what they can do to improve.
Thank you so much. Do you agree with her? Do you agree with your fellow participant? How do you
Yeah.
think? Miss Huda, Miss Huda, go ahead. Miss Huda is raising her hand. Miss Huda Hassanin. Okay, I'm listening to you.
I completely agree with her. I think it's giving learners information what they on what they are doing right or wrong and what they can do to improve themselves.
Thank you so much. Very good. Thank you. I agree with her also. I also agree with her. Miss Rasha Fikri, go ahead. We are listening to you.
Yes, Ms. Marwa, I agree with my colleagues. It's giving learners information on what they are doing right and wrong and what they can do to improve. It's not
Thank
only
you so
positive.
Thank you so much. Mr. Raisam, go ahead. We can listen to you. Okay, Mr. Raisam, okay. Do you agree with our colleague? Can you hear us? Okay, Mr. Samir Hamid, can you hear us? Mr. Ayman?
Hello? Yeah.
Yes. Yes, who is it? Who is
Yes,
speaking?
I completely agree with this. It's giving learners information and the method of modifying the errors and the mistakes.
Thank you so much. Who is it, by the way? Who is speaking now? Because I can see the name.
Yes, I am Samir.
Hello, Mr.
Samir?
Samir. How are you doing?
Yeah,
Thanks for
yeah,
being with us today.
yes, I agree. I really agree with my colleague. It is giving learners information on what they are doing, right or wrong. This
Yes,
is
of
my
course.
rule. This is my rule. Yes.
Thank you so much.
The
screen is Miss Maru. I will share it again. Don't worry. It's no problem. It's easy to share it again. I know that it vanishes all the time because I'm making certain procedures so it vanishes. Don't worry. Whenever it vanishes, I'll share it again. Don't worry. You will see the statements here before your eyes. Okay, don't worry. Who wants to share? Anybody else wants to say something about that? Okay, so
The same answer. We agree.
yes, I agree. Mr. Ayman, you're raising your hand. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Ayman. We're listening to you. Don't worry. Say whatever you want to do.
Yes,
Say.
I think that good yes,
Mhm.
feedback should be positive. It's important to praise and encourage our learners.
Mm. It's important that feedback is positive in order to encourage
You
our
hear me?
learners to. Yes, I hear you. Yes, of course you are right. Of course you are
Yes,
right. Thank you so much.
yes.
Okay. Now feedback, we can define it as
Thank-
it's
thank
often
you.
used. Thank you, Mister. Thank you so much. Just a minute, I'll bring you the other slide that has the definition here. So
Thanks.
the feedback is often used to describe all kinds of comments made after the fact, okay, including advice, praise, and assessment. But actually, feedback is more than that. It is information about how we are doing in our efforts to reach a goal. So, statement three is probably the best definition because, of course, it is important to give positive feedback and encouragement, but sometimes it is not helpful if learners don't know what could be better and how to improve. If they want somebody to tell them what they need to improve, okay, what are their weaknesses, we cannot all the time be giving them positive comments and encouragement and not telling them about their weaknesses that they need to improve for next time. We have to set a goal for them to aim at. Okay, got the picture? Mr. Ayman, you are raising your hand, or I'm just getting you wrong? You are not raising your hand, or from the last time? Okay, no problem. Remember to lower your hand after you have finished
So the
speaking.
last time.
Yeah, okay. Just remember to lower your hand after you have finished speaking. So I was just saying that, just a minute, I'll try to admit some people here in the lobby. Mr. Abdelmonem, okay. Okay, you are with us again. Don't worry. So I was saying that statement three is probably the best definition because it's important to give positive feedback and encouragement to your learners, but sometimes this is not helpful all the time because they need some information about what need to be better for next time and how they can improve. All right. So uh, sometimes when you are getting your students to write a paragraph, for example, okay, and you tell them some advice about saying, for example, my students, you can use the dictionary, okay, okay, this is not satisfactory, this is not sufficient, it is not enough because you have to tell them that correct spelling while you are writing a paragraph is one of the criteria for successful writing. I mean that you have to set a goal for them to aim at for next time. You have to tell them not just a mere advice. You have to relate this advice to the goal that you want them to achieve for next time so that they improve their level. You got the picture now? We are not just trying to give them praise and advice all the time without relating or connecting this advice or praise to the things that they need to improve. So feedback as such is the things that they are doing right. I have to tell my students about the things they are doing right to do more of, and the things they are doing wrong to make it right and improve for next time. That's feedback, and it has to be effective for you to succeed in your job, okay, or your mission of getting your students to be better. Okay, you can't say that feedback is merely advice. No, it is not. You can't say that it is merely praise. No, what if you praise them and then they don't know what they lack or need to improve for next time? You have to set a goal for them. Okay, actually, I want you now to listen to watch a video. I hope that you have a plenty of internet supply so as to watch a video. I'll put the link in the chat box about feedback and the definition of feedback. I'll bring it here just a minute in the chat box. Just a minute. I have put them here. Okay. Hmm. I'll paste it. I haven't pasted it yet. Just a minute. Don't worry. This is the link. Just go to the chat box now. Have you seen the link?
Yes.
Press it or click on it and go there and watch the video now. Watch the video now. It's not so long. It's 2 minutes, I guess. You can watch the video and listen carefully to it and make notes or write down some notes about the definition of feedback or what feedback is because it's very important for this for the knowledge of this or the content of this module. I will watch it myself also. I'll go there and listen to you there. I hope that you have a plenty of internet supply so as to watch it very, very, very bad. Some kind of advertisement, okay, don't worry. Have you watched that? Somebody are waiting. Miss Fatima Mahmoud again. Okay. Seems that she's sent out of the meeting. Have you watched the video?
Yes.
How do you
Yes.
think about it? How do you think about it? What is feedback according to the speaker? What did he say about feedback?
I watched
You
it.
can even you didn't watch it? Who watched the video? You can watch it again if you want. Just ask me and I'll you Miss Hibba, you are raising your hand. Go ahead.
Yes, I understand. Feedback is providing activity or process is critical component when it comes to improvement. Feedback can be positive when it give happy outcome. Also can be negative when it give sad outcome. Also, yes.
Okay, thank you so much, Miss Hiba. Thank you so much. Hey, who else wants to share with us the notes about the video? What did the speaker say about feedback? What does he think about feedback? What is feedback? Who wants to share?
Yes, Mister.
Yes,
Yes,
go
miss.
ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Who is speaking and just can't see the name. Go ahead, Mister. I'm listening to you.
Xavier.
Sorry, Mr.
Xavier.
Huzaifa? Yes,
Yes.
Mr. Huzaifa. Hello, go ahead.
It's information about reactions to predict a person performance of task used as a basic for improvement. For example, we improve our products based on feedback until they are the best. Response, reactions, comments, criticism.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Very good. Thank you so much. Yes, this is feedback. Yes, I agree with you, of course. Who else wants to speak about the content of the video concerning
Okay.
the meaning of the feedback? Yes, miss, go ahead.
Okay, miss. Okay. The video mentioned feedback
No,
of
but
freedom.
just introduce yourself first because they can see the name.
Okay. Huda Hassanin.
Yes, Miss Huda, hello.
Hello, Miss Mar. Okay. Some part of the video is very realistic. Yesterday, I was okay, searching Amazon to buy something, and I looked for the feedback. In fact, okay, I decided to buy some product, but after searching the feedback, it was uh,
Bad.
to my surprise, it was very negative. Okay, although I was convinced with the product, but after reading about the bad feedback, I changed my mind. I didn't want to buy this product anymore. Okay,
Yes.
so it
Yeah.
was somehow a negative and frustrated feedback. So I wrote the word frustrated and
Don't
vague.
worry, don't
Yeah.
worry. It was frustrating. Thank you so much. Don't worry, but the feedback, although it was negative for you on the Amazon, it helped you not to
Yeah.
be cheated, not okay, not to be deceived by the product,
Yeah,
not to be
although I
deceived.
was convinced with it before I read the feedback, but after reading the feedback, I was completely convinced that not always that which is shine is gold. Okay, it's
Yeah,
true. Yeah,
yes. Thank you so
and
much for
I
your
am frustrated, by the way. Okay.
You- Yes, you are frustrated. You're frustrated, and the comment was frustrating. Thank you so much. But it was so helpful for you, and this is the purpose of feedback. This is the purpose of feedback, which is it helps you, okay, during it helps you in your learning or in your in your life in general.
Yeah.
So, who can read the definition before you rise in the slide? Who can read the definition? I need somebody to read the definition in the slide before your eyes. Can you see it?
Yes.
Miss Huda, yes, Miss Huda, and four people are reading.
Okay, Miss.
Miss Huda, go ahead.
Okay, the term feedback is often used to describe all kinds of comments made after the fact, including advice, praise, and assessment. But feedback is more than that. It's not information about how we are doing our efforts to reach a goal.
Thank you so much. So, the term feedback, according to the dictionary, is often used to describe all kinds of comments made after the fact, including advice, praise, and assessment. But actually, indeed, it's more general than that. It's more comprehensive than that. It's more than that. It's information about how we are doing in our efforts to reach a goal. So, when you are giving somebody a kind of feedback, you have to tell this person about the good points he made in order to do more of and repeat for next time. And also you have to tell this person about the weaknesses or the areas that he needs to improve, okay, for next time. So you set a goal for him to aim at. You set a target for your learners, okay, or for your friends, even your friends, to aim at for next time so they improve. This is the idea. Anybody who wants to add something? I feel that somebody wants to add something. Okay, I'm here. Go ahead. Introduce yourself and speak. Huh? Anybody who wants to add something? Mr. Abdulmunam, you want to read the slide again? You want to read the slide? Mr. Abdulmunam, you want to read the slide? The definition?
About
The slide has vanished, by the way.
uh,
It has vanished. Don't worry, I'll bring it again because I have lowered your hands. Just a minute. Okay, I'll bring it again. No, it is not. Just a minute. It is not that. No, it is not that. Just a minute. I'll bring it for you. Don't worry. Here it is, just a minute. Okay, you can read it now. Okay, go ahead. If you have, okay, go ahead if you want to read it.
Miss, what's the meaning? What is meant by the fact? What is the fact?
Okay, actually, the fact here he speaks in general because he has provided the meaning in the dictionary. The fact is the fact is the fact, like a type of some kind of like a truth. Okay,
Okay.
a fact, it's something that is factual. Okay, that is true, true thing. But actually, he doesn't mean the fact itself. He means after the activity,
Okay.
after the process. Understand? Okay,
Right?
he wants to say after the activity, after the process, because he's speaking in general. But in education, it's the all kinds of comments made after the activity, or after the process of learning, or after discussing certain point, etc. You get the picture.
So we are interested in learning feedback. Okay, we are to. Uh, I think that we don't enter to the topic, the essence of topic here. You
Later on,
understand me?
after, okay, in the following statement, you can read it in front of your eyes here. He says, but feedback is more than that. He means in education, okay, especially in education. He was speaking in general about the dictionary and the meaning of the dictionary of the word feedback, okay. Now he is speaking about what is more general and useful in teaching and in the teaching process. He says that it is information about how we are doing as learners. He means that we, as students, get the information from our teachers about how we are doing in our efforts to reach a goal. I, as a student, I want to be better in English. I want to improve my speaking. I want to improve my writing skill. So my teacher teaches me in certain topics, right? Okay.
Mm.
He teaches me and he instructs me and I apply this, so he will provide me with with feedback. So which means that he will provide me with information about how I am doing in my effort to reach the goal, which is to be better in English and to be better in writing. So my teacher will tell me, for example, good job, you are doing well, but you need to pay more attention to your spelling, to your grammatical mistakes, to your outline while you are trying to write, for example, a paragraph. So when my teacher tells me this comment, which is feedback, I will react, and I will reflect on this and act on this, and I will try my best to be better. I will improve because he gave
Myself.
me the right
Yeah.
feedback, right? Is it clear now?
Yeah,
Good.
but man, I think that feedback also, and a teacher need feedback from the side of the
Yeah,
learner as well.
excellent point. Excellent point. Excellent point. Later on in the coming activities, we will clarify this point because we have types of feedback. We haven't
Yeah.
we haven't yet discussed the types of feedback which are relevant or suitable for the types of activities and the kinds or who gives the feedback. This is the common activity. Don't worry. We will discuss it at large. But this is an excellent point. You are waiting. You are making clear now, which is I, as a teacher, I can get feedback from my learners, and my learners can get feedback from me. For example, an example for the feedback that my learners give to me is that, مثلا, for example, they tell me, oh, Miss Marwa, I don't like when you provide videos because I don't like videos in teaching. I don't understand everything from videos. Can you just share some images or some audios or some diagrams or some theoretical content? Because my learners have different personalities and different needs and different ways of learning. I have to adjust myself. Actually, just wait a little bit. I will try to speak at large about this. Don't worry. We will discuss all these points. But I greet you for making this. Mr. Samir, you are raising your hand or something? No,
Hello,
I
Habar.
lowered. Hello, hello,
That's
hello.
what I wanted to say. Feedback can be by partner or peers through in the oral exercises. Some students can listen. That's the skill of listening.
Yes.
They can modify their colleagues. Okay,
Mhm.
if it is a mistake, but if it is an error, it's my rule. It is an
Yes.
error. It's my rule. I can modify it. But if it is a mistake, my learners, my parents, my peers can share the feedback. If you agree,
Yes. Yes, I
yes.
agree, Tawan. Of course, this is
Thank
right.
you. Thank
This is
you.
right. What you are saying is right. Thank you, Mr. Samir. Thank you so much for sharing with us. Thank you. Now look at the slide before your eyes. Look at it. We have to think about the answer for actually five questions here. Five questions. I'll give you enough time, and then we can discuss them corally together and make some kind of conclusion and understand the content here because we have plenty of content here about feedback. Number one, the first question, I mean, at what stages of a lesson should be feedback be given? This is the question number one, which we have to think about it, okay, or provide an answer for it. Number two, does the type of activity influence or has an influence on the type of feedback that we are using as teachers? Okay. Number three, in what ways can feedback be given? In what ways? I mean, how can feedback be given? Who gives the feedback? This is another question here. Okay. Number five, the question number five here on the slide. How can teachers do their best to make sure feedback is effective? I mean, how the teachers can use the effective feedback inside the class, how to form it, how to prepare the correct feedback or the effective feedback. Now you have 5 minutes to think about and provide an answer for each question. Then we can discuss it them one by one, and listen to your viewpoints. And then at last, I'll give you the model answer and we read it together. Okay, go ahead. You have 5 minutes. You can take notes. You can write down some of your answers. Okay, so as to prepare, to be well prepared while you are speaking. Take your time, and I'm waiting. Don't worry. Okay, I'll let Mr. Goma in. Mr. Muhammad Goma, I'll let you in. Okay, you are hello, Mr. Muhammad Goma. You are actually late somehow. Okay, just a minute. I'll share the slide again. Don't worry. You just think and take your time and prepare yourself. I share the slide again. Don't worry. So, Mr. Muhammad Goma, you have just joined us. You are somehow late, but don't worry. We are just trying to provide some answers for these questions. Don't raise your hand now. Take your time and prepare yourself well. We will discuss them one by one. You can write down some notes.
Hello? Hello, Miss Mara? Hello? Can I answer some questions?
Okay, Mr. Ramadan, yeah, I can hear you, Mr. Ramadan. Okay, you want to answer the question? Question number one.
I am Mr. Muhammad. I am Mr. Muhammad.
Mr. Muhammad Goma. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Muhammad. Hello first.
According to question number one.
Okay, we will discuss them one by one. Let's discuss number one only.
Number one. At the last stage of the lesson, we can give the feedback.
Okay.
Okay, Miss.
So this is the answer. Thank you so much. So Mr. Muhammad says that.
Can I answer? Can I answer the next question?
Okay, Mister, you want to provide an answer for every question?
All questions. All questions.
All the questions. Go ahead. Okay.
Yes. The second question. The type of the activity influenced.
You mean it depends? It depends.
The type of the feedback. In some ways, not always. Not always.
Not always. Sometimes sometimes it influences the type of feedback. Okay.
Yes. Okay. According to the third question. From my point of view, asking and answering questions is the easiest type to introduce feedback.
Asking and answering the questions are is the easiest way to give feedback. Okay.
Is the easiest way to, yes.
Okay. And
okay.
The last question. The last question, by giving some activities to do at home, or if the lesson have some time at the last, we
Who
can
gives the feedback?
We can be sure the feedback is effective or not.
Who gives
giving
feedback?
Some activities to by giving some activities to do at home, or at the end of the lesson, if the time permit.
Oh, at the end of the lesson.
Yes.
At the end of the lesson, or giving them assignments at home to make for next time. Who gives feedback?
Activity.
You skipped the question. There is one more question you haven't answered. Who gives feedback?
Okay, Miss.
No,
Miss.
Mr. Muhammad is still with us.
Okay.
Yes.
Who gives feedback?
At home?
No, in class. Who gives feedback?
In class?
The fourth question.
Who gives feedback?
Yeah.
Question. Students. Is a teacher make a feedback with the students?
Sometimes the teacher, sometimes the students. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, good opinion. Thank you so much. Who else wants to share with us? Just a minute.
Okay,
I'm trying to admit somebody in the lobby. Mr. Abdul Manem, just a minute. I'm trying to admit Mr. Abdul Manem. He is waiting in the lobby. Now, Miss Huda is raising her hand. You want to share with us, or about somebody else?
Yes, Miss.
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Miss. I want. Okay, I think that feedback it depends on the lesson. If it is listening or reading, it depends on the type of the lesson that we are dealing with. In listening, in fact, feedback, I can take the feedback after through the questions that student involved in. If they know the answers and they understand what I am saying, okay, in listening, okay. So the feedback is in early stage after listening. Do you understand me? and in reading. Okay, I think it depends on the nature of the lesson. If it is listening, reading, writing, speaking. Okay.
Yeah.
The slide is not on the screen. In fact, Miss.
I have shared another one actually because I want that we discuss every question alone, the first question only,
Okay.
okay? Because
So,
I have to comment on that. I have to give you feedback and comment on that, okay?
okay.
So
So
question
it
number
depends.
one, yeah,
So it depends on the type or the nature of the lesson I'm dealing with. Okay, I
yes,
think. And
mm,
sometimes mainly feedback is in the stage of practice or performance for student.
yes, yes, good job. Thank you so much. Good opinion. Now look at the slide. This is the first question. This is the first question. I have made some kind of notes about the answer provided in the reference book I have. At what stages of a lesson should feedback be given? He says that maybe immediately after an activity, and maybe it is more general feedback at the end of a unit. It may be at the end of the unit, okay? Actually, it may be after the activity. If it is better, you have to decide. You are the teacher and you have to decide according to the type of activity you are doing, as our colleague said. If it serves the following activity, especially if you are doing grammar, don't delay it, because if you are explaining grammar, for example, okay, and you have to tell one of your students some kind of feedback because he is making a mistake, and you have to let him or this student know this type or this piece of information about this grammatical rule. So don't stop, just go ahead to give him the feedback immediately, okay, because it serves the following activity. They have an exercise and a to do and a practice, so he will not be able to answer the questions unless you provide this kind of feedback, so it's immediate. You have to let it be immediate, okay. Also you have to pay attention to or note that don't delay the flow up of the speech or communication. Don't delay the flow up of speech or communication. I mean, when you are doing speaking exercise and your students are producing language, don't stop them. Let your feedback be after they finish the speech they are providing or performing, okay, so as not to delay the flow up or postpone or sorry, interrupt them. And we have spoken about this point before. So now, according to this question, the answer is you often let the feedback immediately be after the activity, or it can be more general feedback at the end of the unit. What is very important is that you let the feedback be a regular part of your teaching. It's important to let your students receive frequent feedback on their progress, okay. Give them all the time feedback, all the time be giving them feedback so that they know where they are and what they need to know and what they need to improve, the weaknesses and the strengths. Okay, just a minute, I'm trying to admit Miss Mona. She is in the lobby. She's late actually. Okay, just a minute. Miss Mona, I let her in. Of course, the slide has gone. I know, I'll share it again. Don't worry. Just think of an answer to the second question, which is does the type of activity influence the type of feedback? Does the second question is, while I'm trying to accept her because she's not admitted, I don't know why. I'm trying to let her in, but she's not. I can't. I don't know why. You think of an answer to this question. Does the type?
Miss, first, what is
Yes.
the type? What are the types of feedback?
Yes. This is actually included in the
Okay,
answer.
okay. All these things are uh, known for me. I don't know this thing because I'm not a specialist in education, in fact. So all these
Yeah.
things or concepts are new for me. Okay, so
So, okay, okay. I will just a minute. I'm trying to admit bus your colleague and I'll answer you, of course. Just a minute.
okay.
I don't know why she is not admitted. I'm trying, but nothing happens. Okay. So you need to know the types of feedback, no problem. We have feedback on the content. Sometimes you give your students feedback on the content. I mean, for example, when you are giving them, as I just did with you, I give you a video on a certain content, which is the meaning of feedback. For example, this is a video concentrating on a certain content or a certain topic, and you have listened to it. Sorry, you have watched it, and I asked you to provide some kind of notes on the content. Now, the feedback is on the content of the video, right? So we have number one, feedback on the content. Okay. There is another type of feedback, which is feedback on the form. Feedback on the form, for example, when I ask my students to write a paragraph, and I have to make sure they are following the rules of outlining of paragraph, of writing a paragraph, the outline, for example. Okay, so this is a feedback on the form. I will I will give them a feedback on the form, right? So there is another type or a third type of feedback, which is feedback on the accuracy. Accuracy, sometimes when my students are trying to produce language and make speech, okay, and speak about a certain topic while they are doing a speaking activity, this is called, I will give them, my students, I will give my students feedback on the accuracy, okay, because I need them to be accurate. For example, this is a type of feedback. Also, we have a fourth type of feedback, which is feedback on the performance of my students. Sometimes the performance of my students is not good, so I'm trying to provide them with feedback on the performance. All right. So there is a fifth type of feedback, which is feedback on the attitude or feedback on the behavior. Feedback on the attitude of my learners, or feedback on the behavior that my learners are using to express themselves. My learners sometimes are shy. I may have shy students. So this is the behavior. I have to provide them with feedback on their behavior, okay,
Yeah.
and involve them
For
more.
example,
Go ahead.
for example, like what?
Sorry, the behavior or the attitude or the performance.
Yeah, the behavior and attitude.
Okay. The attitude means that my students like certain things and don't like certain things. This is the attitude. I am enthusiastic about certain, for example, policy in my country, for example. Okay. For example, I am with using technology in my teaching. Other teachers are against using the technology in their teaching. Okay, so this is your attitude as a teacher, and your students have attitude also. They may like that, they may not like that. You know. So when you comment on or give feedback on the attitude, you say to your students that, oh, my students, this is a religious lesson, and you have to love prayer, and you have to be enthusiastic about performing prayer. It's very important. This is an attitude. The things that they like and don't like, things that they are motivated about or not motivated about. You understand my point? This is feedback on the attitude. Okay. So uh, the feedback on the behavior has to do with the personality of my learners. Some learners are very, timid. They are timid. They are afraid of expressing themselves. They are shy. They are shy. Okay. How can I provide the feedback on this kind of learner? Okay, on this kind of, not this kind of learner, I mean this kind of behavior. You understand me?
Yeah.
Type. There is another thing that I want to let you know before you answer the question. What are the types of activities? You knew the types of feedback. What are the types of activities? I like your question.
There is an echo. There is some echo in your voice.
I don't know why. Maybe because I'm recording the session. I don't know why actually. I'm using one device. I'm listening to. I can hear my voice twice.
Yeah.
I don't know
I,
why.
I think
Maybe
that
because I'm.
I think that I'm confused. I cannot concentrate.
Okay, I'll say it again.
I can't hear you well.
Okay, طب just a minute كده. What about now?
Yeah, it's
There is echo
still
again.
going on. Still going on.
Again.
Okay.
Okay, just a minute.
Echo again.
I'll try to use the device, not the speakers. Is there still echo? Yes, there is.
No.
No? Okay, this
No.
is better maybe because of the headphones. Okay. There is still echo. I can hear it. Can you hear me well now?
Yes, Miss Marwa.
Okay. So I was just saying that there are types of feedback and there are types of activities. What are the types of activities do we have inside our classrooms? How do you think? Mr. Mah, you are raising your hand?
Yes,
Depends
yes.
on it
Go
depends
ahead.
on the type of activity.
I can make written exams.
Oh, you would like to answer the question? Who was with us who is trying to answer the question first? I'm sorry. Excuse me, Mr. Ma. There is one of our colleagues who was trying to answer the question. Miss Huda was with us?
Yes. Okay, I said that the activity depends on the skill that you are dealing with. Okay, Miss, I think that the echo is making me confused. I can't speak. Okay.
A minute, just a minute.
I don't hear much.
شغال. طب يلا كمل لعينك. ما نطلع شيء؟
Not saying anything. I'm just
قلت لك قاعد في السلك مش اي راوتر ولا حاجه من الحاجات اللي عايزها.
don't worry, I wasn't saying anything. I'm just having a cough, you know. Go ahead. I'm listening to you.
Okay, it depends. The type of activity depends on the type of the skill that we are dealing with. For example, I talk to you according to my experience in class. In fact, okay. So the type of activities depends on the type of the skill that we are dealing with. For example, listening skill, activities dealing with questions about the tech that student have listened to. Okay, and if it is grammar, we have some other types of activities. In fact, okay. For example, choose, correct mistakes. Okay. And if it is writing or speaking, I'm asking student, for example, to talk about some subject or about a topic that we are dealing with. So it depends on the skill that we are dealing with, and the topic or the point of skill. It's very important for me. Listening, reading, speaking, writing. Do you understand me? Miss, do you hear me? Miss? I can't hear you.
Yes, I can hear you. I was just muting myself. I'm sorry. Of course, I hear you. Thank you so much. This is from your experience as a teacher. This is from your experience as a teacher, and this is correct, actually.
So
It depends.
Okay.
Yes. Go on if you have something to add. Go on.
Yeah. Okay, I don't live with this with the lessons. Just it's not English for the exam. It's English for everyday life. Okay, so we have listening, reading, speaking, and writing. Okay, so from my point of view, the activity depends on the type of the skill that we are dealing with. This is the general idea. This is the idea. The point. This
Very
is the
good.
point.
Very good. Correct answer. Of course, correct answer. It depends. Yeah, it depends. It depends on the activity aim, whether it's speaking,
Yeah.
writing, or reading. And it depends also on the learner level and personality, as I just said. I just said.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah,
that
but
clear?
Miss, do you think that the teacher should go to okay should go with the level of the student, or the student should go with the level of the teacher?
I believe that the teacher has to adjust his way of teaching according to the needs and levels of his learners. Of course,
Give
because you
them
are the one who is teaching them
yeah
and you have to help them to improve. Okay, you have to put in mind and take in mind and consider very well the learner level and personality, because if you don't take care of that, they will not improve and they will not use the suitable form of teaching for them and the suitable activities. Got the picture?
yeah okay.
So that's it. To the second question. What about the third question? The third question was, in what ways can feedback be given? In what ways can feedback be given? I mean, how can feedback be given? Mr. Samir, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Hello. Yes.
Yes.
According to the activity of the scale, reading, speaking, listening, three, writing, reading, speaking. If
Miss,
the
the voice is
student,
not clear.
Mister, please, you are breaking.
Miss, the
We
voice
can't hear you, Mister. Mister, we can't hear you.
yes, according to the scale,
Yes.
the
According
speaking,
to the scale.
reading, I can identify the style of.
Mister, please. We can't hear you. We can't get you, please. We can't get you, Mister.
Sorry, sorry, sorry.
Yeah, again, please. We didn't hear anything. Go ahead, Mister. Again, we didn't hear you.
Yeah, yes, I am with you. I'm with you.
Yeah, we're
You hear
listening.
me? Yeah.
Yes, we hear you.
Yes. According to the level of the student, if it is in primary or preparatory or secondary, if the activity is translation, we need writing, correct writing. If it is a grammatical activity, we need the grammar rules. If it is speaking, we need the fluency. According to the activity, I can give the feedback.
Thank you so much. Good answer. Who else wants to share us?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samir. Thank you so much. Yeah, well, who wants to share? Providing an answer to this question. In what ways can feedback be given? Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Yes,
Introduce
Miss
yourself.
Samah. Yes, Miss
Yes,
Samah.
go ahead,
The
Ms.
teacher
Samaha.
can, yes, the teacher can use a lot types of many types of feedback, like body language, gesture, intonation,
Yes.
and let that student correct himself. Give him the chance to correct himself first.
Good answer. Thank you so much. He will let them self-correct. He direct their attention to self-correct. Give them choices or prompts. Yeah, what else? Thank you so much,
Uh,
Ms. Samah. Thank
if
you so
I
much.
if I make an exercise and answer the question with my students, I let if a student give a correct answer, I make. Let other students clap for him, okay, to praise him and encourage him.
Mhm. You encourage them.
Yes.
You just encourage them. Thank you so much. Good point. So, the ways how you give feedback to your learners or students, actually, feedback can be given to the whole class at once. It may be given to groups, okay? It may be given to peers of your students, right?
Yes.
And it may be given to individuals. So, if we are doing, for example, some kind of writing task, you can, after they write the paragraphs or the mission you want them to do, okay, you can exchange writings and let the others correct or provide each other criteria.
The bear
Sorry,
work. Yes. The
kinds
bear
of
work.
feedback. Yeah, this is peer feedback. This is called peer feedback. And I
Yes.
can give my feedback to individuals also, okay,
They
from
can
the
learn
learner.
from each other. They can learn each others.
Of course, they learn from the mistakes of others. And also, feedback can be formal, okay, and informal. For example, I may write some feedback to some organizations, some formal organizations. For example, this is a kind of feedback which is formal, okay. Some kind of feedback I'm providing my students, or the kind itself is informal. Informal, the way I'm speaking, the quick mark I'm making, the comments, my verbal comments. So the feedback can be verbal, informal speech, okay, just a comment to my students, a verbal comment, okay. This is a kind of feedback I can give them. Also, I can write the feedback, so the feedback can be written. It can be written, for example, on the board or on their notebooks, okay. So while I'm trying to correct the mistakes, I provide a verbal or a written feedback. So feedback can also be some kind of a round up at the end of the activity. I mean, a summary or a report, a short report, which is called in the language, is called round up. So feedback can be a round up at the end of the activity, okay. It can also be like demonstrations of learners reperforming the positive points to the whole class. For example, if my students have made something wrong, and I liked it, okay, it's correct. So I will ask them or those learners to reperform the positive points to the whole class, so that the whole class may imitate them for next time. You know, I
Yes.
concentrate, I concentrate and consolidate the positive points. All right, this is also a kind of feedback or a way of giving feedback. As
Mm.
I told you in the when we were trying to provide an answer for the last question, that feedback can also concentrate on behavior, which means that I'm trying to involve shyer learners. This is a way that I provide feedback. I'm trying to get them involved and get them engaged in the process. So this is kind of feedback. Okay. So
Yes.
feedback can have lots of ways, and you as a teacher decide which way is suitable for your students or learners inside the class. Okay, thank you guys. Let's move on to the first question. Who gives feedback? I guess this is an easy question and a good question. Who gives feedback?
Both the student and teacher.
Yeah, yeah, both the students and teachers. Who else? A teacher can give the feedback to his learner, and the learners can give the feedback to teachers. Okay,
Yeah. In
what
order
about
for the in order for the education process to be successful. So
yeah, what else? Who can else give the feedback? A learner to a learner, which is called
yeah,
self feedback,
yeah,
right?
yes.
We have
Okay.
self feedback, self feedback, which is that the learner gives himself this feedback. For example, there is something in methodology called success criteria or rubric. It's some kind of a written checklist, okay? And you give to your learners, okay? The learner can check some items in this checklist
about the things or the positive things he did, and the negative points he made or he needs to improve for next time. He can uh, some kind of provide self feedback. All right. For example, as a learner can write, for example, I am good at blah blah blah. This is a checklist and he has to complete some sentences, for example. Okay. For example, he may write, I need to work harder on blah blah blah, so and so. Okay. The points he needs to improve, the points he needs to focus and consolidate more and do more of for next time. So I provide them some kind of rubric like a report, like a checklist, okay, and they write or complete statements or just check the items they are good at and things that they are bad at, so they can improve and they can positively reinforce themselves for next time. So they have a goal to aim at. That's the point of feedback. That's the purpose of feedback. That's and I'm setting a goal for next time. All right, is that point clear?
Yeah.
Pay attention to the idea that there is something that is called uh, success criteria. Success criteria, the criteria for success. Okay, the criteria for success, that the aims or the goals that my students are trying to reach, that I'm setting for my students. I'm telling them try to do better in so and so. You have to improve so and so. You need to focus more on blah blah blah. Okay, that sort of thing. This is the good answer to this question. Thank you guys so much. Good job. What about number 5? How can teachers do their best to make sure feedback is effective? You have to know first what effective feedback is. I need an answer to the question of the effective feedback. What is effective feedback? First, before we answer this, some people are waiting in the list and in the lobby, and I can't admit them. They are not admitted. I don't know why. Think a little. How can we form the effective feedback? What is effective feedback? What is effective feedback? There is a baby trying to answer the question. Oh,
Yes.
baby, do you answer?
This is Jude.
Okay, who raised his hand? Go ahead, introduce yourself and go ahead. Mr. Samir and Miss Samah, are you raising your hands?
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
I know that my feedback is effective when the learners improve themselves and they have high grades and they correct themselves and the next time.
Yes, that's right. Actually, that's a good answer. What else, Mr.
Yes.
Yes,
Samir.
Mr. Go ahead. Mr. Samir, go ahead.
Samir. Yeah. It's effective if I found good results in the class or for the student himself. If I ask a question and his learners answer good and shares good atmosphere in the class. Yes.
I'll ask you a question.
Yeah.
Does the feedback you are providing uh, is it important that the feedback, okay, be specific? Is it specific? Do you provide information about specific items for your learners? Is the feedback is specific?
Yes. If there is arrangement in the class, if I ask a question and I order the students to write the answer
Yeah.
one by one, tell me the answer. Tell me the comment of their colleagues.
I don't mean the order inside the class. I mean that in order to be specific when you are giving the effective feedback, you have to provide a target for your students to aim at for next time, okay? You have to
Yeah.
provide your students with a goal, right? To aim at for next time. Okay. I'll ask you a question. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Samir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll ask you questions that lead you to the answer. Do you tell your students what they are doing well when you are giving them the effective feedback? Do you tell them what they are doing well? Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it important
Yes.
to do that? Okay.
Yes.
Do, do you tell them what they need to improve? What are the things that they are doing badly or they need to improve? Do you do that when you are giving them feedback?
Yes. We tell them what they are good at and what they are bad at, and they need to improve it.
Thank you so much. Do you contain specific information, okay, about their progress in your feedback? I mean, your feedback is is informative. Is your feedback informative? Is it informative? Does it inform the learners about their progress and where they are in the learning process? Do you tell them that?
For example,
What
Miss, we need an example. We need a realistic example. Okay.
we
We
have
don't
we
talk
have
about generalization. Okay.
we have plenty of examples. Don't worry. Don't worry. In the coming
Okay.
activity.
In order to answer you, I want a realistic situation. Okay. Something that
Okay.
I understand.
Okay, I will let you now know the answer, the theoretical answer. Then we have in the following activity the examples, plenty of examples, 20 comments that we will discuss and try to conclude if they are effective or not. We will decide. But what's the criteria for deciding which with whether they are effective or not? This is the
Okay, Miss,
criteria.
I think the idea is that if I achieve the objectives of my lesson and the students are successful in these objectives, I think this feedback is effective.
Yeah, you measure it by the results. You mean the results. But
Yeah.
actually, I don't mean the results now. I mean when you are forming this feedback, when you are forming your comment, okay, that
Okay.
you are giving to your students, what it is like. How can it be effective? So I tell you that it has to be
I
constructive.
encourage them. I encourage
Yes,
them.
yes,
Okay.
yes. Your
I
language.
grade them for the good things that they do, and I ask
Good.
them to do their best next time and to improve themselves
Yeah,
concerning these weaknesses.
good point. Yeah. You give them praise on the things, the good things that they made, and you give them comments on the negative points. Good
Okay,
job.
ask them to do their best to do their best in order to improve themselves and be better next time.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much. Your
I don't
feedback.
mean to frustrate them, but I want them to do a best or better to do better next time.
Thank you so much. Very good. Yeah, very good. Okay, I'll ask you a question before we proceed to the second or the coming or the following activity. Okay, if you say to your learners, um, for example, my student has written their home and I wrote good on the homework. Good. I just wrote the word good.
The voice
Is
isn't
it
clear at
feedback?
all.
Is it
Miss, the
feedback?
voice, I can't hear you.
You
There
can't
is
hear
some
me?
echo, a loud
Yeah, there is.
echo.
I can't hear you, Miss Marwa.
Just a minute. I'm trying to fix this problem. Just a minute. So, Mr. Mahmoud, you raising your hand.
Assalamu
Go
alaikum.
ahead. Walaikum salam.
I think
There is
effective
a
feedback.
problem in your voice, Miss Marwa.
I'm
Miss
trying to
Marwa, do
fix
you
it.
hear me?
Yes, I hear you. I'm trying to fix it, wallahi. I swear I'm trying to fix it.
I'm ready.
Okay, you can go ahead. Go ahead. Try to provide an answer till we fix the problem. Go ahead, mister. Maybe your voice is better than mine. Go ahead.
I think effective feedback requires number one, the teacher has a goal. Number two, the teacher takes actions to achieve the goal. Number 3, he receives the goal-related information about his actions. Do you hear me?
Yes, mister. I like your answers. Go ahead, go on.
The information becomes feedback only if the information tells him whether he is on track or need to change.
Oh my God, excellent answer. Thank you so much, mister. That's it. That's effective feedback. He sets the goal, he proceeds to take an action on the goal, and he's specific and timely and informative. Okay, is good the point? Now, my dear Trini, can you hear me well?
No, we can't hear you at all.
No.
You can't hear me at all? Okay, just a minute. Look in the chat box. I want you to go there, press on the link, and go there and read these sentences and decide whether the comments there are effective or not. Okay, look in the chat box. I have best. Look in the chat. You see the link now? My trainees, my dear trainees, hi. Hello, are you there? Hello. Hello, guys. Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, miss.
Hello,
Yes,
guys.
Miss Mar. Yes, Miss Mar.
Okay, now you can hear me well. Just try to press or click on this link. I've pasted it in the chat box. Okay, and go there, read the statements, and decide whether they are effective kind of feedback or not. Okay, can you see the link? Please go there. Go there and read the statements. You have 6 minutes to do that. I'll give you enough time. Don't worry. Okay, go there and read the statements and try to decide whether they are effective feedback or not. Okay, my dear trainees, say yes if you task is clear. If the task is clear, just press OK or type OK in the chat box.
Miss, is this task in the book? Because the link doesn't open.
It doesn't open. Just try again. Try it. Press it again. Click on it again. Maybe you don't have. Yeah, it doesn't open. I have here. Don't worry. It doesn't work.
It
Don't
really doesn't
worry.
open.
Doesn't work. It doesn't open with me.
Okay. Okay, I'll
Me
provide
too.
you with something else. Don't worry. I have something else. I have an alternative. Don't worry. So we have some statements, and you have to decide whether they are effective or not. Okay, just a minute. I'm trying to bring the slide here to think about everything. Just a minute. I don't know where this
It's
this
in
echo
page
coming from.
7. Page 7, miss. Is it in page 7?
I'll check just a minute if it is in page 7. I'll check in page 7. Look at the slide before your eyes. No, it isn't. It isn't on page 7. It's on. It's here with me.
Okay.
Read the statements. Okay, can you see the slides? Can you see the slides?
Yeah.
Yes, Miss
Yes,
Mar.
miss. Yes.
Read every statement and decide if this comment is effective or not. Will it help your learners or not? Okay?
Okay.
Is it good or not good kind of feedback? It's very important activity actually. This and the coming one. Take your time. You have 60 minutes to think and prepare yourself. We will discuss them one by one.
Okay, Miss.
Take your time first. You have plenty of time. Take your time. Think well first. Are you ready? Actually, you
Okay,
still have time.
some of
Who is
them
ready?
are. Yes, Miss.
Can you read the first one first? We will discuss them one by one to understand
Okay,
them and
I
know
have
what.
I have a quick look
Yes.
on them. I think that
Mhm.
the majority of them are effective, but some of them are very negative. They will
Okay.
make learner frustrated and stop to go on the process of learning.
Okay, just a minute. What about the first one? Can you read it first? The first statement. I'll
Why do you
take your
keep
votes.
Okay, why do you keep making the same mistakes? I think it's very frustrated for a student to hear this sentence. He's going to go out of the class.
Yeah, I'm with you. Actually, I agree with you. Why do you
And
keep
too many
making the same
mistakes,
mistake?
too many mistakes. I think it's very frustrated also.
Just a minute, just a minute. Let's discuss them one by one. The first one, because we have lots of discussion here, it's very important, not because of we are trying to do some activity and that's all. No, we have to have a role when we are making or preparing our effective feedback comment. Okay, so why do you keep making the same mistakes? You say it's frustrating to the students. They are frustrated and they are disappointed when I tell them this comment. Okay, so it is not effective, right?
Okay. I think it depends on the situation, in fact, and the way I am saying this about my intonation also. If I
Yeah,
use
my
this sentence to okay blame him for doing not doing well, I think it's frustrating. But if I say this out of an I won't say I don't expect it from I don't expect student to do this mistake. I think that I'm going to say this sentence. Do you understand me?
okay. Yes, of course, I understand you, and you are right. But I will ask you some questions. Does this comment give my students information about the good points they made?
No.
No. Does this comment, okay, or kind of feedback, give my students or learners information about the bad points they made?
Yeah.
No.
The bad points, what are
I,
they? What's the same mistake that the learner has done here? It is not clear. I told you before, the comment, the effective feedback has to be informative. You have to inform them about the good points and bad points. Okay, so it is not informative, so it is not effective. What else? Does it have some kind of a praise for them
no,
to
no,
encourage?
no.
Okay, what about the language used here? Is it frustrating?
Yes, it's very frustrating, in fact.
Okay, is it motivating?
No, no,
No.
it's frustrating, not motivated at
No.
all. If it is
Okay,
frustrating, so logically it's not motivated.
okay, very good. Thank you so much. I'm just using the words that I will try to use according to the following statements. Okay, so
Okay.
the language itself is negative language. It is not encouraging. It is not motivating. It's instead it's discouraging and motivating and frustrating. Okay, it is not informative. It doesn't tell them about the good points they made in order to do more of for next time, and it also doesn't tell them about the bad points to avoid for next time and change and try to improve. Okay, so
Miss,
actually
excuse me,
yeah,
excuse
yeah.
me. What is the exact meaning of informative? What is the exact meaning
Yeah.
of this word?
Okay, okay, at your service. Okay. Informative means that it gives information. It gives information. The word informative, this is an adjective. When my comment is informative, it means that it gives information. It provides information about what? I mean about the good points that the student is making and about the bad points that the student is making. Okay, because the good points or the positive points, when I tell them about the positive points, they will repeat them again and again, so I positively reinforce them or consolidate them. This is something called in methodology the positive reinforcement, that I focus and consolidate. I focus on and concentrate on the positive points. I have to tell them, oh, my students, good job, you have done well while you were pronouncing the words, your good pronunciation, good handwriting, good spelling, for example. Okay, this is specific and informative. I make clear the good points they made. I also have to make clear the bad points they made so that they improve for next time. I have to give them a goal to reach for next time. Okay, oh, you have to consider a little bit some kind of the pronunciation of words. It needs more concentration. Okay, but in general, good job, you are doing well, but just consider taking care more about your pronunciation. Okay, so the teacher, the student's goal for next time is to care for or care more for his pronunciation. Okay, this is a goal I set. And my language itself, you have to provide some kind of praise in the at first place. And firstly, you have to say, for example, good job, you are doing well. Okay, good handwriting, good spelling, good outlining. For example, good performance of speech. For example, good speaking, good accent. I liked you the way you provide your answers, for example. But consider developing your way of pronouncing words, using the grammatical rule, which is present perfect, and I have to cite or mention the rule itself. I have to specify. Okay, I have to set a goal, and at last or at the end of my comment, I will say again positive words. But don't worry. In general, it's okay. You are doing well. Okay, so this is the effective kind of feedback comment that I will provide for my learners. Okay, this is the model feedback or the effective feedback that I need. What about second one? The next comment. Too many mistakes.
Okay, Miss Marwan. So
Yeah, go ahead.
frustrating.
So frustrating. Yeah, it's embarrassing. Again, embarrassing.
Yeah.
What else?
It's not
What else?
specific. Not specific.
How? How isn't it specific? Does it tell them about the
It
mistakes,
doesn't.
which are too many?
It didn't focus on the mistake itself.
Yeah, that's it.
It's
So is
in
it
general.
effective?
It's in general.
Yeah. Is it effective or not?
It's it's not effective.
Thank you so much. That's right. Next.
Okay, miss. Okay, miss.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it and go ahead.
Yes. Close but not quite right. Do you mean he or she?
Yeah.
Okay, this is effective. It's a positive feedback because he discusses the student about the answer itself. If it he or she, do you mean he or she?
Okay.
It is
I am with
specific.
you. Anybody to add something?
Yes, it's specific because I specify he or she. So I think it's effective and specific.
Actually, the use of he or she and the choices here
Yes, I
to
want the
get some
student to
kind of
ensure
yeah.
the
Go
answer.
ahead.
I want him to ensure the answer. I want the student to ensure the answer and they give me the reason why he choose he or she.
Okay, just a minute. You are right. Actually, the comment itself is an effective kind of feedback. Okay, we agree that it's effective. Okay, why? Number one, the speaker or the teacher says close, but not quite right. I'm not criticizing the students. I'm not discouraging them. Okay, I'm encouraging them, saying that your answer is close. It is not completely wrong, but it's also not completely right. Okay, so I'm trying to get them involved. I'm not trying to frustrate them. This is one point. And the other part, or the second part of the statement here, I give my students a choice so that they self correct. Okay, they
Yes.
correct themselves, self
Okay, I want,
correction,
yes,
self
yes, I
feedback.
want him to correct himself. Yes, yes.
Yes, and this is again effective. Okay, so this
He
is
can't
an
forget
effective
it.
kind of feedback.
He didn't forget
What?
alone. He didn't forget the next
Yes.
time.
And at the same time, I didn't get him to be embarrassed in front of the other colleagues or mates in the class.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Next, what about the third one? The third statement?
Of course, it is effective because we breathe
Read
in.
it. Please read it. Read it first.
You contributed lots of good ideas. Thank you.
Yeah, it's effective. I agree with you. Why do you feel that it is effective?
Because it carried the students.
Yeah, it's encouraging actually. Yeah, actually, he is consolidating the positive points in this comment. He is consolidating the good points he had. So for next time, he may repeat that again and again. Okay, because I got them to be encouraged and motivated about doing them again. Okay, so next,
Yes. You speak
yeah, go
very
ahead.
clearly. Yes, miss.
Go ahead,
You
miss.
spoke very, Miss Samah.
Go ahead, Mr. Ma.
You spoke very clearly. Perhaps just think about checking the pronunciation of the days of the week. Okay, the teacher,
Yeah.
there is a positive or effective feedback because he refers to the main point of the mistake and praise the students at first, and then refers to the mistake. He should improve this point of pronunciation.
Yes, very good. So this is an effective way of feedback. Is that?
Yes.
Of course, I agree with you. Thank you so much. Hey, what about next statement here? Not good enough. Not good enough. What's your opinion about it?
Not
Yeah,
effective.
I think it's not effective. Yeah, because
Why?
he should say not bad, not bad enough, not bad in a
Good.
instead. He should say the
Okay.
teacher should say not bad instead. There is a
So
big
it
difference
is.
between.
So
No,
it is demotivating. It is
yeah,
demotivating and discouraging. For this is one thing, and it is not informative. What was not good enough? What wasn't good enough for the students to improve for next time? Okay, what wasn't? I didn't know what wasn't good enough that the student made. What is it? Okay, and it is negative language because it's embarrassing and discouraging. Okay, thank you so much. Next. You made so many
Yes,
mistakes.
yes,
I'm giving you
not
extra.
effective.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
You made so many mistakes. I am giving you extra homework. Not effective
Why?
because teacher should take you their mistakes and give them the rights of the mistake and not give extra homework.
Okay, thank you so much. How do you see this statement? I need more ideas about it. I have something to say about it.
Okay, miss.
I want to listen to your. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, miss. In this sentence, I think the teacher punished the students for his mistakes. He didn't do that.
He
He
shouldn't
shouldn't.
do that.
Yes, he
Very
shouldn't do
good.
that.
Thank you so much. Your answer is excellent. Actually, when you are giving feedback, you have to use effective feedback, which is number one. He says in this statement, you made so many mistakes. Okay, you made so many mistakes. This is embarrassing and discouraging and demotivating. Okay, embarrassing. You have to put in your consideration that this happens inside in front of the whole class. This is embarrassing. You made so many mistakes. Oh, I'm embarrassed. I will hate English. I will stop improving. Okay, my teacher actually embarrassed me in front of my mates, my colleagues. Oh my God, where do I go now? So this is the first part. The second part, I'm giving you extra homework. Why are you as a teacher punishing the students? The mistakes are something that is good, that is not bad. You don't have to punish them for making mistakes, because you have to know as a teacher that we learn from our mistakes. Mistakes are a good sign of producing language. And while learning, you have to make mistakes, and your learners have to make mistakes, because
It's my rule. It's
nobody.
my rule to teach him.
Yeah,
It's my rule
yeah.
to
When
teach him. Yes.
yeah, if they don't make mistakes, what then you will correct? Okay, what then you will give feedback for? Why are you there? Okay, so this is your rule. Don't banish them, encourage them. You don't have to demotivate. You have to celebrate. This is in methodology. Celebrate, don't demotivate. Okay, don't
And solve
embarrass
the
them.
problem.
Don't.
Solve the
Sorry.
problem. You should solve the problem.
Solve the problem and give them praise on the positive points, and give them help and support on the bad points, and let him know what things that he made wrong in order to improve for next time. That's your role as a teacher. Okay, so next.
Okay, Miss.
Yeah, go ahead.
Good, but you need to work on your pronunciation. See me and we can talk about how to do that. I think it is effective because the feedback is specific about what they need to do to improve their pronunciation.
Very good.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
correct.
students.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Good answer. Actually, in this statement, the teacher starts with something positive. Good. This is a praise. Okay. This is something encouraging. A good word, good language, positive language. Good. You are doing good job. Okay. But you need to work on your punctuation. Actually, the teacher specifies the items that the students need to improve for next time. The punctuation. Okay. We have learned that at the end of the statement, the teacher does something which is very important. He
Yes.
gives them extra yeah,
Mm.
sorry.
The teacher help the student. Here, the teacher helps the students by himself.
He gives them additional support. Okay, additional support. See me, and we can talk about how to do that. Okay, this is effective way. Actually, this is an effective feedback statement. Next.
Yes,
I
I
like
like the way you gave your own examples. Is this an effective statement? Because
yes.
teacher encourage him and praise him a lot. Please
Yes.
give examples of their understanding to the lessons.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I agree with you. This is effective because it stresses and positively reinforce the good points that the students has made, which is that the learner has given examples of on his own. Okay, he used his own examples. He formed the examples himself, not imitating or taking it from certain book or the student's book or whatever. So the teacher consolidates the good point. This is an effective feedback. Next.
That was a difficult task and you did it well. It's
Yeah,
effective, of course.
actually, it is effective. Again, it consolidates and encourages the learner. Next.
It's improved their confidence, make them
Yes, it makes them confident. Yeah,
more
it
confident.
consolidates their confidence. Yeah. What
Okay.
about the second, the next one? Yes, go
Okay.
ahead, Miss.
Okay, Miss.
Yes.
Note to standard. Do this again, please. Here,
Yeah.
the teacher gives the student another chance to correct himself.
Not to standard. Do this again, please. Your opinion is that this statement is effective, right?
Another trail, or another chance to correct.
Okay. What about this negative
She
comment?
talks
Not to
about the
standard.
second. She talks about the second part of this feedback.
I mean, I know, I know, I know.
It's effective.
Not to standard.
It's
I
not
think somehow it is frustrating. Somehow
Yeah,
not
I
standard.
actually
it's
I
not
am with you.
effective, not specific.
Go ahead, miss. Go ahead. I can listen to you. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
It's not
It is not.
it's not
Yeah.
effective. Uh, It's in general. What the standard that the teacher want the learner to reach. It's
Look,
in
my dear
general.
friends. Look. Yeah, thank you. Look, actually, there are two parts of the statement here. The first part is not to standard. Not to standard means that the level of the language that the learner produces is low, is inferior. It's not to standard. It's not good. As if I'm telling my student, not good work, not good work. You are not doing well. So this is frustrating and discouraging, and this is not effective in using the feedback. I told you to start with a positive comment first, okay? The second part, okay, as you say, do this again. You are trying to get him to try again and have another chance to correct himself and that sort of thing, okay, but don't be demotivating to your learners. And this statement is not informative. I didn't understand the points that he is making well or doing well. What are the bad things that are not to standard here? I didn't understand. So this is not effective statement or feedback comment because it is not specific, it is not informative, it's frustrating. Just one part of it which is good, but we can change it. We can change it for ourselves in classroom. We can change it and modify it and use it in the correct form. Okay. So lazy, try harder. Lazy, try harder.
That's not effective.
Not effective. Not effective.
Not effective.
Very good.
It's
Why are you
embarrassing.
shouting? Embarrassing. Why
Because
are you
teacher
shouting?
should demotivate students.
Yeah, yeah, it's demotivating. Why are you shouting at them? Why are you shouting at your students saying you're lazy, try harder? He will get embarrassed before his in front of his colleagues actually inside class.
It
Okay.
damages
So,
confidence. Okay.
yes, it damages confidence. He will hate English. He will hate everything. He will not attend school again. Okay.
Yeah.
Next,
Sure.
next.
Okay, miss.
Go ahead.
You work it very well in your groups. It's very effective.
It's very effective. Why? Because it consolidates what? It focuses on what?
It give him more confidence between others.
Very
Group
good.
work.
What else?
And let
I
him
know, yes.
work in groups. He encouraged him
Yes,
to
very
work in
good.
groups.
That's the point. That's the point I'm waiting to listen to. Actually, it encourages group work. I consolidate group work. You work it very well in your groups. So next time, my learner, this learner in particular, will work in groups. Okay. Sorry.
Like to teamwork and work in groups.
Very good. What about the next one?
Okay, your listening is much better. To help more, you can try the listening. Okay, the listening sign on this website. I think it's effective because
Yes, I agree with
first we praise the student and then we specify his problem and we give him some answer in order to improve his learning.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much. The correct answer. I agree with you. What about the next one?
Yes, miss.
An excellent answer.
Speak.
Yes, an excellent answer. It's a very effective feedback.
It's very effective because when he said the answer to the question, I consolidated. So next time, inshallah, he will be
Immediately.
trying to.
Immediately.
Yeah,
And his
immediately. Immediate feedback, yeah. He will be happy and encouraged and will try to participate more for next time and provide excellent answers so as to get praise from the teacher. Thank you so much. What about next one?
We should know
Yes,
this
yes.
by
The
now.
master answers this
You
an
should know
effective
this.
statement.
Why is it
It,
ineffective?
it is as if
So
you blame him.
teacher praise students and encourage them.
Actually, it's as our colleague said, as if you are blaming him. What are you blaming him on? You should know this by now. You are accusing your learners of not doing their part. You haven't, my learners, my students, you haven't studied, you haven't done your part, you are not doing well. You should know this by now. Why are you saying that and cause them a lot of frustration and disappointment? Say the
Yeah.
good words and say the bad words. Try to help them and encourage them and get them to be involved, okay, so that they will improve. Put them on the goal, okay, set a target for them to reach and help them and encourage them, okay. That's the point of feedback.
In
That's
fact, Miss Thompson. Okay.
sorry.
Sometimes an excellent student, some word, a word, even a word may makes him hate English. Not English, any subject. If you say only one demotivating word, maybe may student hate school. Okay, and I went through this experience with my daughter. She loved English a lot, but some teachers um okay blame him for something, and she hates English now. Okay, she's hating English. She hates English now. She hates.
This,
Okay. حتى
yeah,
أنا.
yeah, I am with you, because this is
Okay.
a destructive kind of feedback. Destructive. Your feedback has to be constructive, okay, not destructive. Okay, thank you
The
so much,
point is that you are dealing with human beings, so a word makes its work. Okay, it does work with them. A word. Okay, so our religion ask us and encourage us to say good words. Okay, instead of bad words, because word has its
influence.
effect. Okay.
Very good. Very good. I am with you. I am completely with you. Actually, there is a proverb that I always hear, which is, we don't remember the words, but we remember how they made us feel. You
Yeah.
know, the
Oh,
feeling.
yeah.
Yeah, but I don't
Right.
remember your word. Okay, I don't remember the word itself, but I remember my feeling towards your words. Okay, so this is effective feedback has to take into consideration the feeling of the listener, right?
Okay. That's
Okay,
right.
guys, thank you. What about next one? Wake up. Have you been paying attention?
Not
Wake up. Have you
effective.
been paying?
Not
Of
effective.
course, not effective. Not effective, discouraging, demotivating, not specific, not informative, everything. It's very bad. What about next? You
Effective,
are
of course. You are on the right track. Can you anyone help? Yeah, it's effective, of course.
why? I have 2 points here. It's
Okay.
effective, but I have 2 points to say here.
You are on the right track. It's I am praising students. Okay,
Very good.
because they are on the right track. Can anyone help? Okay.
Yes.
So I think that there is some problem, and I want to solve it.
By encouraging what? By encouraging what?
Okay, Miss.
Yes, go ahead. Thank
Encouraging
you, Miss.
students correct themselves. The students correct each others and themselves. Discuss the answer.
Excellent. Which is called? We have taken that. Which is called
Teamwork.
sorry, peer
Peer
Teamwork.
correction. Peer correction.
peer correction, peer feedback, and peer correction, right? Peer feedback and peer correction. So the comment here concentrates on 2 parts: the praise on the good points and the encouragement of peer correction or peer feedback. Okay, thank you so much. I
Which means
motivate.
العربي تعلم بالأقران. Yes.
Very good. Peer correction, peer feedback. Thank you so much. Very good. I get my I get the students' colleagues to correct his work or give him the right feedback. Okay.
Mm.
Okay. What about the next one? You spoke too quickly. You spoke too quickly. Your words are merging. Merging means confusing. The words are confused, mixed. Okay, I don't understand them. Okay, I had difficulty following you. Consider slowing down and thinking about the pronunciation of every word.
Yes, it's very
Effective,
important.
Not effective course.
very effective test.
Here, the
Very
teacher defines the mistakes, and encourages students to correct it.
I'll tell you something. Actually, I'll tell you something. In one part or two parts of this comment, it is effective, but actually, in general, it is not effective because the first part is implies bad language, negative language. You spoke too quickly. This is embarrassing. Why don't you say to the learner, okay, you spoke well, you spoke quite well, you spoke quite well. This is better. Okay, I have to change that into or modify it or adjust it into you spoke a little well, quite well. Your words are merging. This is again embarrassing again. Okay, I had difficulty following you. Consider slowing down. This is good. Consider slowing down and thinking about the pronunciation of every word. This is good because it's helpful, it's informative, and it concentrates on the bad points in order to improve for next time. This is a goal. But actually, the rest of the comment is bad. So this is ineffective. We have to modify it a little bit in order to be effective. Okay? Is that clear? Got the picture?
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
I,
What about
I,
last one?
Yes.
What about
from
last one? You used lots of good language. Just be careful with intonation. You use lots
Yes,
of good language. Just be careful
effective.
with intonation. Effective, yeah, effective. It concentrates and focuses and consolidates his use of lots
Yes,
of good language. Okay, and he just helps him in the bad ones, which are being careful with the intonation. Intonation has a problem. What is intonation?
okay, it
Iman.
is
the tone
it
of
is
the
the
language.
level. Yeah,
Tune.
Speech
it is the
level,
level
the
of
tone, the
of your
high and
question.
low speech.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay, for example, when I'm asking you a question, should I say, what is your name? Or I will say, what's your name? This
What's
is
your
the
name?
question.
It's interesting. What's
Okay,
your name?
yeah, I'm trying to express
and the
for the
volume of
listener that I'm
yes, the
asking a
tone and the
question.
volume of the sound.
Very good, very good. The tone itself and the mood of the speech, the level of the speech coming high and down. Okay,
Yes,
thank you so much. Actually, now this is the end of our session. I hope that it is enjoyable and fruitful. Fruitful.
Very
Uh,
enjoyable.
thank
yes,
you so
I
much.
understand you more.
Thank you,
We
Miss.
still we still have lots of activities for next time to do, inshallah. Next Monday we still have half of the module. Okay, and very enjoyable activities again we will discuss together. Okay, and videos, we have videos and we have links and we have everything, but I just hope that the connection helps us more, because sometimes we have echoes, sometimes we have bad connection. Though I swear it's not my problem. It's out of hand. Wallahi, it's not my problem. I'm trying my best, but we hope the best for
Yes,
next time, inshallah.
thank you for you, Miss
Okay.
Marwa.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
Thank
you.
you, Miss Mar.
Thank you, Miss Marwa.
Welcome.
Miss Marwa, thank you.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Thank you
Miss
so
Marwa,
much, my
thank
dear.
you very much.
Thank you, Mister. I'm happy to have you with me. Thank you. Thank you for today, and see you
I'm
next
too.
time, inshallah, on next Monday.
Inshallah.
Take care. Take care.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Inshallah. God willing.
Inshallah.
Inshallah.
Yes,
Inshallah.
Miss
Take care.
ايوه يا احمد، عامل ايه يابا؟ عامل ايه يا حبيبي؟ ماما عامل ايه واخواتك عاملين ايه؟ كله مية مية، كله مية مية. ماشي يا مستر احمد. ماما فين؟ الله، ده انتوا بقى عاملين صيع عليا. انت السكرايه. انت سكرايه. 75 جنيه. جدع، خليهم عشان اروح اسكندريه نجيب لك حاجه جيبه صياعه. هنجيب لك جيبه صياعه. والله العظيم انا في حته فيها شبكه خالص وحلوه خالص اهي. لا، ده انا في حته فيها شبكه حلوه. ماما فين؟ ماما فين يا انا؟ ماما فين يا حبيبي يا ريت؟ ده يا بنت، ده اي لا. من ايه؟ والله ده لحد رمضان، ده لسه طالع من المحاضره دلوقتي. لا يا شيخ، بقول لك انا لسه طالع من الدوره، كان عندي دوره النهارده. والله لما نشفت رجلنا من الساعه 6 لغايه دلوقتي لسه ما اتحركتش من المكان. ايه؟ صباحا صباحا، الرصيد خلص. الرصيد خلص. شحنت معايا كارت في الشنطه. خلصت دروس من الساعه 6، رديت العيال كلها علشان نحضر الدوره، ما كنتش حضرت كانت هتسجلني. ده اول ما بدات سالت عليا. بقول لك بدات بينا من الساعه 6 لغايه الساعه 8:30. خلصنا الدوره جاي بنغسل بقى. يحرق قلبك على قد ما حفظت. لا يا بنتي تدور على النت يا بنتي، اسمها دورة على النت يا بنتي. هم الرجاله ما بتلهمش دورة يا بنتي، الرجاله ما بتلهمش دورة يا قلبي. الدنيا ساقعة قوي يا ريم النهارده. بقول لك الدنيا ساقعة يا كوكو النهارده ده. يا رباب يا رباب، واحد جاب لنا كرتونة موز مفومة لدين أبوه. كرتونة موز مفومة. كرتونة موز مفومة لدين أبوه. كرتونة موز يا بنت، كرتونة موز. سامعاني كده؟ سامعاني كده؟ سمحتي؟ مش معنى دي، مش معنى دي اللي سمحتيها يا عيني، مش معنى دي اللي سمحتي، مش معنى دي اللي سمحتيها. واحد بعت لنا كرتونة موز مفومة. انت مالك منتوشة دي فيها يجي 12 كيلو، فيها يجي 12 كيلو. انت مالك؟ ايه والله. ان شاء الله تتفحر. بكام؟ بكام؟ سامح كلامك تاني. بقول لك بعت لنا كرتونة موز مفومة. لا بتبص ولا حاجة، ده 100 100. يا حول الله يا رب. انا ما ينفعش نوديها وانت مش هنا، ما ينفعش لما انت تيجي بقى. لو المصحف ده صفرة كهرمان يا حر بقى، انا قاعد ناكل فيها أهو. موز. موز. اه موز، بنلحس في الموز. انت الحس في الموز؟ ايه موزكم انت؟ ايه انت عامل ايه يا مش مشايب؟ ده انت وحشاني قد الدنيا. بكره كل كده رباط. امال العيال في امتحانات عندهم ولا حاجه؟ ها؟ في امتحانات عند العيال؟ لسه حصص؟ ماشي. طب بكره ذاكرت ايه؟ رجعت ايه؟ اه وانت لسه ما وصلتوش. الشهاده المائيه ديت انا سالت عليها النهارده. هي شهاده الميلاد عادي خالص على شهاده ميلاد جديد. عادي بس انت دلوقتي بتطلع مائيه مائيه. حبيب قلبي عامل ايه يا حبيب قلبي؟ هنوقفك مع نورهان. لو وقفنا لو ممكن ندور بشير مع الاسرائيليه. لو الجو طلع حلو هروح اسكندريه، لو الجو طلع وحش مش رايح. ايه؟ ايه؟ يعني ايه الساعه كام؟ هنروحوا من الساعه 10 كده بعد المدرسه يعني. ماشي؟ لابس لابسها يلا. يا بحر بحر خلاص الامتحان. الو 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 يا رباب انا مش سامع يا رباب. طيب ماشي. عملت ايه فيهم؟ والله سهله دي ولا على كل شهر ولا خالص. الانجليزي كده خلاص. انتوا كنتوا عايزين اخلصهم ازاي؟ انا برد لسه رايح يوم بكره. رمضان 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 سيبوهم يلعبوا رمضان. يلعبوا؟ يعني عايز عايز مصحف شديد حلو. انتوا بتقولوا بالراحه. ايه؟ لا المنبه ضرب. المنبه ضرب. والله المنبه ضرب. ليه؟ لا يا شيخ. إذا كان أنا زعلان أنتوا بصحتوني. نقول له. جيب لي. إيه؟ قول إيه؟ 50,000 كفاية. استنى. ما تخليكي في حتة فيها شبكة طيب. أنا بكلمك من فوق والشبكة بتضرب في السقف. ألو. أنا الشبكة عندي جنب أوقف في أي حتة فيها شبكة. يا رباح أنت سامعاني؟ بس أنا مش سامع حاجة يعني. طب نحط الرز في الثلاجة تاني. الشبكة مش حلوة. بعدين؟ لا ده أنا حالك خالص. مش هديك البيت. دلوقتي؟ إيه؟ كويس خليها تكون بمدى عشان نخلص. هي كده هي في التشطيب ولا إيه؟ ذروة. خلاص ماشي. اسمها ايه؟ شغالة؟ رباب. رباب. حط الرز في الثلاجة ولا خلاص؟ فاضل حتة ومعلقتين رز كده. لا بنغلي ولا حاجة خالص. ليه بدينا ساقعة قوي يا شيخ؟ ايوه بيت الشبكة يا شيخ. ها؟ بدينا معاكم كده. لا والله ده حلو هجيب. بس بدينا شوية سوداني كده وشوية ذرة. صرفت حاجة؟ كل سوداني. كل شيء يا بيه. الو الو. الو. سامع ايه بس جبت مش سامع ايه خالص النهارده مش عارف. انت مش راضي تطلع في البلكون. خايفه تطلع في البلكون. لطفي يشمطك من ورا. لطفي. طيب. دي ايه؟ دي اتنين الواحدة ب 10 جنيه النهارده. لا ما تجيبيش. انا اديك اتنين ب 10. ادينا بس اهم حاجة في الشتاء دوت وهيزيد الشتاء يعني. ادينا شوية سوداني وادينا شوية ليمون. ولو عشت حلو. ايه؟ طب الحرمانة ليه ده الواحد نفسه في حبيبي. يا وليه وحشتيني يا وليه. ما نفسكيش الواحد يطلع كده. أنا مكلم. ماشي ونصبح الصبح نروح هنا. 7:30 نكون في البيت. خلينا مركزين شوية عشان سمعتي زي الأول. يعني عمر ما هيبقى فاضي قد دلوقتي. أيام بسيطة خلاص. لا يا شيخ والله في الصيف أول ما يطلع بنينا كده كده هنبقى بعدين مع بعض. الدنيا هنا ماشية الحال. الشرع اللي أنت كنت كنساه كتير. ده شكل فلوس. واخد حقه. احنا عامل خدمة عشان ما يولع. ايه؟ لا بدل لما انت تيجي نروح على شركة. انا لازم احط الفراخ. والله انا عودت ماشي. لازم الواحد لازم تسمعي يعني ما عادش بسمع دي. في الصلاة دي. مش عارف الشيء. لكن لا حباية ولا عجب. عشان نفوت كان اللي هي كده بنستنى رايح بيها عليها. ماشي. شمس غير كده الحيطان المدينة امبارح ارتفع الليلة تلج مش هتعرف تعمل كده بالسبعة دي خليك عندك أحسن. لا ما أنت عندك عشان الشدة بحر. عندك الشدة عندك الشدة بحر. معاني هو
Mr. Khamis and Mr. Yahya, you are still in the meeting and we have finished. Can you just press this icon which has like the head of the phone and go out? Thank you.